Well, I'm going to talk in Portuñol Spanglish. I would like to first thank Olada for organizing this event, which is a really unique opportunity to join the main stakeholders in the energy sector to discuss such an important topic to our region for combating climate change. And actually, this partnership with Olade has taught us much. For global methane hunt, it has been an example to follow in other regions. Thanks to this experience, that is a success and that we are having at Olade, we have extended this kind of partnership with other intergovernment bodies in Asia, in Africa. So it leaves us very happy and proud to be a part of this initiative. And well, the Global Methane Hub is a philanthropic organization that was created 4 years ago, precisely after signing the Global Methane Pledge. This is an opportunity seen from global philanthropy to help the signing countries to the Global Methane Pledge, but not only the signees, but those that are not yet signees, but who still have an ambition to mitigate their methane emissions in the energy, agriculture, and waste sectors. And well, on the second question, what is it that makes me happy or proud about the job that I have? I have 20 years of working in the energy sector in Brazil, Argentina, and other countries, but it is the first time that I am able to be in contact and working along with other relevant actors in the energy sector and organized civil society, the private sector, public decision makers, and that really gives us the opportunity to consider the many perspectives and to work on solutions that indeed will be implementable because they are considering all of the stakeholders involved in the energy sector. So it is a unique opportunity, and I have a master's on energy policy, and it is truly exciting to see that it can be done when one has all of the relevant stakeholders working to achieve a solution. So that's it. Good morning, everyone. And I would also like to thank Olade and especially Gaston and the wonderful team that they have, who has put this initiative underway, which is truly an initiative that will be working to improve the quality of not only the environment, but that gas that we want to be one of low emissions. I am a senior executive at CAF. I have 15 years at CAF now. And CAF is a multilateral bank, which basically has two major areas where it provides loans, both sovereign and non-sovereign. The CAF portfolio is around 80% sovereign, 20% non-sovereign. And when I say sovereign, these are loans with a guarantee from the Republic. Meanwhile, non-sovereign are loans which have none of the Republic's backing, though we could have the private sector or public companies, but which operate as privates. Apart from that, CAF has non-reimbursable technical assistance that are fundamental often. For example, in a Ministry of Energy that precisely intends to build their indicator system, it could request to CAF support to hire some kind of consultancy that helps them to set this up. That is merely an example on technical assistance, though technical assistance covers many aspects, not only under energy, but we also have feasibility issues or water issues or climate change. Apart from that, as a multilateral bank, also very important is the matter of catalyzing funding. Part of what we are doing is fund catalyzation. We seek extra-regional funds. Apologies, I didn't say it here. CAF, at this time, covers 22 countries in the region who are members. They are shareholders of CAF, save for Spain and Portugal from without the region, but the rest is all within the region and growing somewhat now in the Caribbean. So as I said, CAF then also seeks funding catalyzation and seeking out third parties that can come to work with us in the sense of including their resources. We also work with other development agencies. It is typical for us to work with CFW in Germany or AFD in France. So we have a significant offering of products and services for countries and the private sector. Why am I involved in this? For many years, I've been involved with energy. Ever since I was little, it has been a topic that has always been present with me. And when I came to CAF, the issue of solar panels was exotic. I remember that talking to a German, precisely at KfW, I said, but you guys are crazy, those panels are too expensive. But look how it's changed. Today, nobody's saying that it's crazy to set up solar panels. So this is fascinating for me, this change that is happening before us, where we can contribute to that. I believe that this possibility that we have to reduce methane gas, which is something that indeed we can see, as was said yesterday, is a unique opportunity, and we need to push along that line. So
thank you very much. And things. In terms of looking specifically into Latin America and the Caribbean, perhaps Enrique, you can start in terms of experience that you've seen. What lessons can be drawn from the support that you've provided so far in the region?
Bien. Yo creo.
Well, I believe it would be interesting to discuss very quickly about how the Global Methane Hub, what is its strategy in order to leverage investment and funding for mitigation. I will discuss specifically Latin America, but first, we understand that there needs to be research of the state-of-the-art of funding for methane mitigation. So we began with research made by the Climate Policy Institute to determine how much of climate funding was going to methane mitigation. And that report was published last year. What was found was that 1.3 trillions of dollars, I never know how to say the figures in Spanish, apologies. Only 1% was going to methane mitigation. When we saw that methane is responsible at least for 1/3, according to some metrics, for 45% of global warming net, according to the latest IPCC report, then first that assessment was made and clearly there was a huge gap. Later, based on that, we made the effort, and we are doing it along with the Climate Bonds Initiative for categorizing and understanding. Well, here there's an opportunity, and albeit huge, how can we tell the community and investors, both public and private, how to invest properly on methane mitigation? We are sure that those resources will go to methane mitigation in all three sectors that emit it. So this is an effort that was made globally, but now it is being worked together with ministries of treasury around Latin America, such as with Brazil, Chile, Mexico, and others. And this is about to be published. Some is already put under public consultation, as with Brazil. Then we also work with the private sector, and Dominic will talk more to that, as he's our partner at ADF, to try to unblock private investment via bonds or different mechanisms, because it's also understood that many investors who have a green finance or sustainability um, intent, they miss out from investing on oil and gas because they believe that anything with oil and gas is not aligned with the Paris targets, so it cannot be classified as green. And that is a huge mistake, because if one invests specifically on methane mitigation, it is pretty green and aligned. So the work that we also did and are doing, looking to the private funding sector, and then working with MDVs. Typically, MDBs, we are supporting the World Bank at the World Flaring Methane Reduction Partnership, which is a fund that we do not contribute directly to with funding, but we support its formation, and the World Bank already has projects. Yesterday, I came to know that it has projects in Brazil already, and I know also in Mexico and other countries in the region to support them, to first by giving investment at a lost fund, but for this to be conditioned with more resources from the private sector to mitigate the mitigations around the world, but specifically in Latin America as well. And lastly, and here, due to time constraints, I won't discuss many things, but the work that pertains to regulation, which is the foundation for funding to arrive to those practices and policies, and that is having clear regulations. Regulations that will set up economic incentives for mitigation, such as carbon markets, or, well, different mechanisms that will reward mitigation, but also will create cost for non-action. And, well, the effort that CCAC that you are working on is a clear example on the importance of regulation to reward good actions and to bring costs to non-action, which will unblock funding. And not to leave you without an answer, I believe that an example of an effort that is just beginning with Clean Air Task Force that will look often when we present these figures on how methane mitigation in the oil and gas sector is cost effective, because it is. Often when these graphs are shown by pointing to the negative cost of mitigation to operators who are in Euken, in Campeche, or wherever it is in the region, oh, but these figures don't apply to Argentina. They don't apply to Mexico or Brazil, because here the capital cost is higher, because here these technologies are not available, or they are available at a higher cost. So what we're doing, just starting with Clean Air Task Force, is an assessment of the cost of the local economic costs and benefits on how much indeed does it cost to mitigate, and to show the local sector that this does has a significant return. So it is an example that I wanted to give to you.
And Fernando, from your perspective, from a development bank perspective, what role is the development bank playing, and from your experience, what lessons, can be drawn from the support that you have provided?
Sure. A ver, como les
Let's see, as I was saying, as a development bank, CAF has this possibility to provide sovereign funds with sovereign guarantees or support to countries and private non-sovereign parties and companies that are of state property, that operate as private companies. But there's an important part here, and it is this matter of technical assistance. And here we have a role. For instance, this report on that is linked to the observatory on how is the roadmap for setting all of this up, all of those KPIs for methane reduction. This stems from a technical cooperation from CAF to OLADE, which allows to perform this research and allows to present this research, of course, to all stakeholders. As I said, any country can request non-reimbursable funds to work on the framework, be it regulatory or actually roadmaps. For instance, we have worked on many roadmaps, not for methane, but for instance, we have gotten into hydrogen at one point or planning by 2050 for the energy sector. That goes along with support on non-reimbursable technical assistance. Now, regarding loans per se, I want to tell you that precisely less than a month ago, the CAF board passed a loan for $500 million for a company here in Peru, which is Calida, that you surely know. This loan is an AB loan, and this loan, I would say, is the beginning of what we will continue doing on matters of gas. CAF is one of the few development banks, as was said by our director yesterday, of the few development banks who are funding gas projects. And we understand that, well, we get into gas, but we should seek for that gas to be low emissions. So that's why we got involved with the Methane Observatory. And that's why in this 500 million AB loan, CAF is the arranger, and there are other private banks getting onto this loan. We are including some KPIs where basically the company is asked to keep a rating according to an ESG and with a level of CO2 that cannot turn around and improving. It must improve. This is the beginning for what I would say the standard, and we're precisely in that transition of including these indicators on loans. One advantage, and I believe this is something that could be proposed, an advantage we had with this company is that they had already established a baseline that immediately you could establish comparisons. So there is a baseline effort that we need to begin there in order to be able to establish how much is it that we are indeed going to be reducing. As I said, this is the first loan that we have under those conditions. Before this loan, Calida, we had a loan also with works linked to the gas pipeline that is no longer called Ernesto Kirchner, is called Benito Moreno. So there, and also for $500 million. And so we will continue. Gas is very important to the region. The decision is from the CF board. Not only is it important in terms of energy and improving the quality of life of our citizens, but also in many cases, it is the opportunity that countries have to obtain significant fiscal income or to resolve balance issues, pay balance issues. This is something that we cannot leave behind or that we cannot ignore, which is why the board decides to go for gas issues, but under that condition. Let's seek for that gas to be low emissions. And in that sense, we will continue supporting.
Thank you. And Dominic, perhaps for you, a couple of questions. The first of which is, how do you bring the private financial sector into this discussion? And what do you feel they can offer?
Well, I would argue that there's an enormous role for the private sector to play here. And so I'm very glad Enrique brought up this climate finance gap that we're seeing in methane emissions. It's a gap we're seeing across the climate issues where there's just a need for funding that isn't being met. But specifically for methane emissions, I know you all have heard a lot of numbers over the past day or so, but let me just give you a few more to kind of quantify a bit of what we're talking about in terms of the need for capital on methane emissions that we need to see. So according to our colleagues at the IEA, as well as McKinsey, we need to spend about 175 to 200 billion by 2030 if we're to hit the targets that the oil and gas industry has set for itself, as well as global targets for methane emissions reductions that would keep us within punching distance of 1.5 or 2 degrees. So that comes out to 175 to 200 billion over 5 years is, let's call it 30 to 40 billion dollars a year spending, which sounds like a very, very large number, and of course it is, but if in context, within the whole oil and gas industry, that's about less than 1% of net income globally. So a small number relative to the amount of number flowing around, but nonetheless a number that needs to be met urgently. So that's on the spending side of the equation, how much we need to put on methane emissions abatement. And on the other side of the equation, the question is, how much are we spending now? That number is a lot harder to find, but from what is available publicly, so for example, from the work that the Climate Policy Initiative has done, thanks to the Global Methane Hub, what we found in terms of numbers is that number is much, much lower. It's in the millions instead of the billions. So there's really a big gap in terms of spending. And the question from there is, how on earth are we going to get $200 billion worth of capital towards methane emissions projects over the next 5 years? And so I would argue that there's maybe the best way to leverage this, the best path to leverage and the fastest way to get capital flowing is from the capital markets. And this is a well-trodden path that's been done by a number of other sectors for decarbonization. And in particular, what I'm talking about is sustainable debt markets and green bond markets. And these are markets that the power sector, for example, has leveraged at scale to be able to decarbonize their own operations, in particular by deploying renewables, where they'll issue what's called labeled debt specifically for emissions reductions projects. And just last year, this market reached a total size of 6 trillion in capital in terms of issuances. So that's cumulative. For reference, all of the current outstanding debt from the oil and gas industry is just above 3 trillion. So an enormous capital pool that we could tap, and one that could be fit for purpose for decarbonization for the oil and gas industry. So this is why over the past year and a half, the Environmental Defense Fund, so supported by the Global Methane Hub and in partnership with a number of other organizations, has been working to develop a guidance document that could be leveraged by whether it's countries, so sovereigns or national oil companies, to be able to tap these markets and to be able to access capital from private markets for methane emissions reductions. I'm very shamelessly going to give you the website because that's going to have much more than what I can tell you now, but it's methanefinance.org. And the group, the initiative was called the Methane Finance Working Group. And what we produced and published in June is this first guidance document. So the initiative was launched at COP28, right at the time when the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter was signed in Dubai, with the idea that we were seeing quite laudably a number of national oil companies around the world committing to methane emissions reductions for the first time. But there was a clear need for capital to be able to go out and meet these targets. So committing to a target doesn't mean, of course, that the emissions are going to be reduced. That happens when you put the infrastructure in the ground, when you make the changes needed in order to be able to reduce real emissions. And that requires a number of things, one of which is capital expenditures and operational expenditures. I'll just close by saying that this is a really broadly supportive initiative. There is a whole lot of capital out there that's really wants to put funding towards methane emissions. Some of the major supporters have been global banks, including Standard Chartered, Bank of America. We have some of the largest investors in the world who've been backing this initiative. So PIMCO, which is a California-based investor and is the largest fixed income investor in the world, as well as Amundi, the largest asset manager in Europe, Allianz, the largest insurer in the world. Just really, really large pools of capital here that are looking to deploy it at scale for methane emissions reductions.
Thank you very much, Dominic. And I can heartily endorse the report that the working group has prepared. It is an excellent resource for those interested in accessing the bond markets and others. Dominic, just following on from the discussion there, in terms of ensuring those investments are methane specific, are there elements that can be included in the arrangements that make sure that those are delivered with a methane focus?
Yeah, I'll try not to bore you all with the details, but I'll give you maybe just a little taste of the structures that come in the guidance, and maybe that can spring some ideas for how it might be used at the government level or maybe at the corporate level. But essentially, what we did is we looked at instruments or structures that have had the proven ability to scale in these green bond markets in other sectors. And so those are two types of instruments. The first is what you might have heard of as a green bond, and the second is what you might have heard of as a sustainability-linked bond. So a green bond is rather simple in some ways, where you raise a set amount of capital, you raise a set amount of money, and that capital is meant to be used for a certain set of green emissions abatement activities, however you define it. In the past, it's previously been for, say, renewable deployment. You can only spend this money if you're a utility on renewables. You can't spend it on a new coal-fired power plant. That's how you'd get more money, possibly at a preferential interest rate, so at a cheaper cost of debt towards renewables. What we've done is try and adapt that concept for decarbonization, so trying to define what are the activities that you could use for methane emissions abatement. Could it be for your pneumatics? Could you spend it on vapor recovery units, LDAR, whatever it is the right solution for a company? What are the possible emissions abatement activities you could raise money for and spend it on? The second one is a little more complicated. So it goes by sustainability linked bond is the typical name. In our framework, we called it a KPI linked framework, where either a government or a company would raise, so general purpose capital. They could be spent across the company. They would raise debt just in the same way that they might raise debt that they typically do and are typically doing. But this time, when they raise the debt, it would come with a set of conditions or a set of targets, a set of, so KPIs is the technical terms, key performance indicators, that would mean that the company has to disclose and meet a certain set of targets. So methane intensity, meet a certain methane intensity by X year, meet a certain flaring intensity, put in place a leak detection and repair program, replace your pneumatics, et cetera. Whatever, again, with all of this, we've really tried to make it flexible and to meet operators where they're at and to have a system that anyone can start along the path but come to an ultimate end goal that is where we all should be, which is near zero methane emissions. So those are the two frameworks and kind of a little more specificity around them.
Fantastic, thank you, Dominic. And as we start to move towards a close on this session, as has been highlighted, there's a clear need for financing, but there's a delay in the uptake of that financing or getting access to the finance. Perhaps, Fernando, you could reflect on how we can perhaps reduce that delay, if there is a delay or uptake, or remove a barrier to the uptake. And if you had any last key messages that you think are appropriate for the audience.
Seguro. A ver, este tema de metano.
Yes, this methane subject is something that's starting to be in the radar. This is not something that we have historically dealt with. So on one hand, we need to find what are the financial tools that can actually help us in order to reduce methane emissions, such as many examples that were mentioned. CAF has been issuing green bonds or blue bonds, and we are having a initial loan to Peru, by the way. But this is related to legislation to real capabilities. And something that is fundamental, and actually we have been discussing yesterday in the afternoon, is related to the indicators. We need to have an indicator set, indicators that could be reliable, transparent. This should be used in any country. And everybody should be able to recognize them. If we don't have a set of indicators that we can agree upon, it is very hard that we would achieve financing with some particular conditions. I believe that from the get-go, we need to understand that a set of indicators that we can agree upon when it comes to methane reductions is what we need. And then we have incorporation of private banking. This goes along with the multilateral actions, but there's a debate that has been going on around in which everything related to oil and gas is not green, for example. And this became like a frown upon word or forbidden word, oil and gas. And I think that this extended the discussion for too long. And this is related to the debates that happen in the Congress. We need to separate the ideological concepts with what the technology provides and financial aspects. I took a course about a week ago, and Dr. Robert Stantz was mentioning was that on the contrary to what it was mentioned, this was energy and environment course. He was mentioning that something that was really loud was oil and gas in order to move forward with climate change. And this became a red tag for the Democrats, right? Because the Republicans were not even touching it. But once the other political party started talking about this, we started having a battle, right? Political problems. And part of what's happening in the world is related to think on what we have, sitting and looking at a reality. There were some statements from the Germany chancellor. He was saying that we need to work without thinking about political parties. So we need to move forward. Latin America actually has oil and gas companies which are extremely relevant. We have them in Colombia, we have them in Venezuela as well, in Trinidad. And I think that these companies, without waiting for any type of legislation, they can start with the work on methane emissions, because 50% of such emissions come from oil and gas national corporations. And I think that we have a reality and an encouragement from each of these companies in the oil and gas sector where they could be the first one, and then they could be an example for the rest of the companies.
And Enrique, from your perspective, are there any final statements you would like to leave with the audience from the Global Methane Hub?
Sí, claro. Mira, yo creo que
Yes, I believe that this is a valuable summit because this shows that the solutions that we have right now. It is true that this is a new subject, by the way, but we have made a lot of progress over the last years. So the transparency for economical benefits, investors, policies that are required to leverage these investments to mitigate methane emissions, the impact of methane emissions in the climate, in the weather, in health, it's clear. So I think that given all the conditions, I believe that we can increase such implementation aligned with the commitments that we already had. And for me, this makes me quite optimistic, but I think this is rooted in reality because my colleagues from AAE yesterday, they mentioned that even if we have the conditions, emissions are continuing or growing. And we only have 4 years to reduce this in 75% in order to be aligned with our pledges. It's important to understand the size of the challenges, yes, but it's important to understand that we have financial, private mechanisms. We have NDBs, we have MDBs, we have policies that are effective from government. So we have gone from the pilot phase already, but many of the things that we're discussing here had already shown impact and results that is quite clear. So the final message for me or for you guys would be for the decision makers in the private sector. Taking decision is right now. We have the conditions to reach our pledges or the agreements that we have signed. And let's hope that in the next summit, we could show numbers that we're moving forward with the implementation of such commitment.
Dominic, a last word perhaps from yourselves to draw the session to a close.
Sure. I think if there's one thing that financing has a role to play here is it's in helping to align incentives. If we don't align incentives appropriately at the government level, at the corporate level, we're not going to see action. Commitments alone aren't going to get us to the goals that we need to see. And so bringing development, bank capital, private capital, capital from offsets, whatever the sources of capital are that can help cheapen the costs of debt, cheapen the costs of mitigation, if those can come and help make equations work, put certain projects that would be in the red and the black, make the opportunity cost lower for certain companies, I think that's going to be what's going to help us move towards real emissions reductions on the ground rather than just these targets that are laudable, these commitments that are laudable and towards real action.
Thank you, Dominic. I think the discussion has provided hugely insightful information on the need for financing, the types of financing that are available, what information is needed to support the finance, and how it can be delivered to make sure that it's specifically targeting methane reduction according to the commitments and the objectives that the loan or finance is driving towards. I'm just conscious of time. I don't know if there's opportunity for questions, but please do approach the panelists. I'm sure they'll be delighted to answer any questions you have outside the panel. We just wanted to reiterate again our thanks to Aladi for the arranging this event and the opportunity for this discussion. And we'd be grateful if you can show your appreciation for the panelists for their very insightful advice and recommendations. So thank you.
Buen día para
Good morning, everyone. We would like to thank our speakers, our panelists for being with us here today.
nuestro siguiente.
Our next panel is called Advancing the Energy Transition with Biomethane. And for such panel, We are going to have a general overview about knowing the opportunities, challenges, and progress in the region. For this, we are going to have Anabela Ruiz as a moderator. She is Hola, the project coordinator. We would like to invite her to the stage.
Asimismo,
We would like to ask Pablo Bermudez to join us as well. He is a technical advisor on the Energy Vice Ministry. And we would like to ask Tomás de Oliveira Bredariol to join as well. He's from the IEA.
Ahora sí. Bien.
Okay, so we are going to share a topic which is of novelty for us, particularly for the people that have been working in this journey or in this summit. You have some presentations, and we're going to start with Tomás. He's going to give us a global overview on biomethane. So, Tomás, we would let you start with this general overview.
Gracias.
Thank you. I'm going to switch to English because I think it would be easier for me.
On the devices. Yeah, please go. Thank you. So we have been looking at the outlook and the potential for the production of biogases for a number of years now. We had a first report in 2020 looking at this theme, and this year we revisited it and we took a detailed look at what is the potential based on the feedstock that is available, the infrastructure in place, the different types of activities and the costs, to give an idea of where we are now in terms of biogases production and where we might be headed, what is the potential for growth. Could you pass me? Yes. And just, I mean, if you're not very familiar with this, just the basics of this, we are considering different types of feedstock. So this can be animal manure, wastewater sludge, bio-waste or crop residues. These are all potentially sustainable materials that are not competing with other sources of crops. And typically, you will put these residues in an anaerobic digester to then produce biomethane, and together with, biogas, this biogas can be then upgraded to biomethane, which is essentially something that you can directly replace natural gas by. And as co-products or byproducts, you will have digestate, which is something you might use as a fertilizer in the right conditions, and a relatively pure stream of CO2, which can be captured and stored or used, for example, in the food industry. Now, if we look at the growth of biogases in the past years, for a very long time, biogases were produced for use in the agricultural sector mostly, to produce electricity and heat. But since about 2015, this growth in biogases kind of stalled. And this is because there's a lot of other competitive alternatives, such as solar, that came at a very cost competitive angle and essentially limited the growth from biogas. But the growth of biomethane kept growing strong, and it actually, in the past 2 to 3 years, grew by about 20% on average. So there's a lot of interest right now on biomethane. This comes alongside increased concerns with energy security, and also the potential uses as something, a way to balance renewables, a way to provide long-term energy flexibility. Naturally, there are challenges in the production and the use of biomethane, but there's a lot of potential here as well. So far, the leading regions in the production of biogases are Europe, the United States and China mostly. There's some amount of biogases production in other regions of the world, but these three are really leading the ranks. We have seen some growth recently in India. And the characteristics of the facilities in these different regions vary quite a bit. For example, in China, there was a lot of investment in about 10 to 20 years ago in small-scale facilities at the farm level, whereas in Europe and in the United States, there's a bit more of an interest in large-scale facilities. Though China is now shifting a bit more to this, as it often provides cost advantages. And so turning into this kind of new analysis that we did this year, what we looked at is, what can we actually produce that is sustainable? And so this means it comes from some form of residue, so it's not competing with food, for example. It's not in an area that is protected or where there's high biodiversity. It is near to some infrastructure that can be used, like roads, and essentially this is something that we could explore today in a sustainable way. And what we see is that there's a lot of potential around the world. When we sum all of it, we get to about 1 trillion cubic meters of natural gas equivalent. So that's about 1/4 of natural gas production today. And this is many times higher current production of biogases, which is falls a bit short from 50 billion cubic meters equivalent. So there's a lot of room for growth, and especially there's a lot of room for growth in emerging market and developing economies. So now let's just zoom in a little bit in Europe, which is the lead in this topic so far. Europe produces around 20 BCME of biogases per year. A lot of the growth in the past years has been in biomethane. This has to do with, for example, they're concerned with imports of natural gas from Russia, for example, but they are trying to replace this with domestic resources. And this is one of the key benefits of biogases. And right now, they are producing these 20 BCME, they have a potential of about 50. So they're using more or less 40% of their capacity of sustainable output of these fuels today. Now let's shift gears and look at our region here. And what we see, and this is quite interesting, is there's a lot of untapped potential. Brazil is actually the country that has the largest potential around the world to produce biogases. The region produces close to 2 BCME of biogases today, and there's a potential for almost 200. So we've only tapped about 1% of the potential in the region. There's a lot of growth that is possible. Now, one of the key barriers is the cost. And this is true around the world. It's not only the case here in Central and South America, but usually producing biogases and biomethane is more costly than producing natural gas. So if you don't take into account some of the co-benefits that come alongside biogas production, then often you will not see a lot of growth in this area. And that's part of the reason why Europe has been successful, is because they have got incentives in place which take into account that this is creating jobs, this is bringing benefits to sustainability, this is helping to reduce emissions. Now, I want to zoom out a little bit and think about the region in the context of bioenergy more generally. Latin America is already very much a leader in bioenergy production. It accounted for about 1/4 of liquid biofuels production. There's a lot of solid bioenergy in the region as well. 85% of the solid bioenergy that you see here is modern solid bioenergy. So there's a small part which is related to the traditional uses of biomass, the 17 million people that I talked about yesterday that still rely on polluting waste for cooking and heating, and this absolutely needs to change. But the region is a leader in liquid and solid modern bioenergy. And you can see this very slim part there, which is gas. And this is the area where we see the largest potential for growth in the coming years. There's a lot of potential, as I mentioned, in Brazil, but other countries like Colombia and Argentina have a lot of potential as well. And here we outline what are the different feedstocks that are available in each of these key regions. You see there's a lot of potential for crop residues. Right now, most of biogas production in the region relies on waste and landfills. There's a lot of potential to use crop residues. And you can also see production on the right side of the chart, and you see that this is a tiny part of the potential that is available. But what is also interesting to see here is that in our stated policy scenario, we see quite a strong growth for biogases in the region. So these are the dots that you see there. If we go to a more climate-aligned scenario, like what we have in the announced pledges scenario, then this growth would be much higher. Because the more you value sustainability aspects, the more important this agenda becomes. Now looking a bit at the different costs of producing biogases around the world, what we see is that on average, the cost is of roughly $20 per gigajoule. So that's relatively above. It's not in every market, but it's often the case that it's higher than natural gas. There's about 50 billion cubic meters of natural gas equivalent that could be produced cost competitively, especially in Asia. But in Latin America, it's often the case that it's a bit more costly, and that's what we see here on this chart. So what is the way to cover this gap? What can we do to incentivize biogases production, and why is this something that we might want to do? And the simplest, there's different ways to think about this, but the simplest one is just the added benefits that it brings. And also that there's a very big difference between wholesale prices and retail prices. And if we just take into account the prices that are paid by the end users, then a lot of this biomethane or biogas becomes cost competitive. And so these are things like you might provide an exemption to transmission costs, for example. And that makes a lot of sense when you think that these resources are being produced locally, that they are creating jobs, that they are using a relatively small share of the infrastructure. But certainly another way to look at this is by valuing emissions. Right now, since there is actually quite a high level of emissions, especially due to methane leaks in biomethane and biogas supply chains, then we would need a price of nearly $260 US to make this cost competitive on the carbon or carbon equivalent. But if we deploy best practices, this would fall to about 130. So just to go through this in a little bit more detail, right now, if we look at all the different plants around the world, we have a leakage rate in energy terms of about 6%. So 6% of the energy that you're producing is being lost through methane leaks around the world. And this naturally varies from place to place. Usually you will see higher leakage rates in smaller facilities than in large-scale facilities. And also depending on what are the practices in place. The best places right now in terms of performance are, for example, Denmark, Germany, that have specific policies to measure these emissions that have requirements, for example, for leak detection and repair. If you simply change the way that you store your digestate, you can have major gains in terms of the efficiency and your loss rates. So there's a large opportunity here to move from standard practices that leak a lot of methane to best practices. And just to provide you a comparison point, yesterday we were talking about the leakage rates in the oil and gas industry. And globally these are between 1% and 2%. So even if in terms of CO2 emissions, biogases are much, much better than oil and gas, if we have a leakage rate that is 3, 4, 5 times higher than the oil and gas, then there's a much smaller benefit. And that's something that we need to be aware of, and it will make a big difference for the market of biogases to manage these emissions. Now, finally, I want to think about, what are these different benefits? And here we brought some of the results that we have for the European Union, but these are very much in the same sort of scale that we have for our other regions. And as I was mentioning, there are a lot of benefits. These include reducing the need to import fossil fuels. This means that there are investments that are going to the domestic market, because a lot of the spending needed in biomethane and biogases production is on operational costs. And there's also a lot of potential to displace fossil fuels and to avoid emissions. So this is an opportunity in many senses. It's an opportunity for sustainability, it's an opportunity for energy security, it's an opportunity for jobs, it's an agenda that the agricultural sector can get behind. And in that sense, we think it's something that many policymakers, many stakeholders can be interested in, and something that has a lot of potential for growth in the coming years. Thank you.
Bueno, gracias, Tomás, por darnos esta.
Thank you, Thomas, for giving us this global vision. In this focus that you're having on Latin America, beyond the difficulties that you mentioned that relate to cost issues, is there something about biogas that you would like to highlight on the production, since we have been working at Olade with actually on liquid fuels and the potential that Brazil has apart from Brazil in biogas production, where you see greater possibilities of development?
So these things are very much tied together, right? When you produce liquid biofuels, you usually have a lot of waste residues, which can then be used to produce biogas. So all of the major biofuel producers have a large potential. Similarly, most of the countries that have a strong agricultural sector, and I think this is most countries in Latin America, right? They have a lot of waste. And this means that there's a potential to use that waste. And when you produce biogas, this means you will have less waste going to landfills, for example, or less crops being burned, because this is still a practice here in the region. Instead of burning all of that dry straws, you can use that to produce biogas. So there's a lot of potential in every country that has a strong agricultural sector. The potential will be even more interesting for those countries that import natural gas, because usually they're going to be paying more for this natural gas, so it's more cost competitive to use or to produce local resources.
Bueno, gracias.
Thank you. We are now moving on to get to know local experience that Pablo will tell us about in Costa Rica and what is being done for implementing methane reduction measures via biogas. Good morning. I would like to begin by thanking Olade for the opportunity to participate in this event, and specifically to the observatory team, which I know they have put in much effort for this to be a success that we are having today. And we'll begin discussing about our national methane strategy, which at this time we are in a process of building it, of construction. However, we have progress on what's being executed to undertake this, or to apply the strategy as per se. Costa Rica currently is emphasizing much attention to bioenergy in general. So in that order of ideas, we are making progress with the hydrogen strategy, with the bioenergy strategy per se, which will also include biofuel aspects and biomass, waste management. And among the analyses, we have biomethane, which has its own separate chapter that will later be included as everything. So moving along, the national biomethane strategy, what is being proposed under aid of UNDP and ONUDI, or UNIDO, a biomethane strategy is being worked on, which at this time the consultancy is based on two goals. A first goal that is obtaining a regulatory framework that will give us the strategy as such, and also an infrastructure on what would be the value chain for this strategy. In the second phase, we would have a financial framework which will establish a blended fund which has green and blue impact, and also a line that includes the matter of fair transition of the sector, so that there is not much conflict with regards to generating jobs. And actually, as Thomas was saying, to consider how much jobs are being generated. So basically, at this time, we have 5 pillars being worked on. These 5 pillars would be on production, reconversion, technology reconversion of heavy transport, on social inclusion, on the market, and on governance planning. Prior analysis was made, and it reached the conclusion that the best possible market for biomethane in Costa Rica is on reconversion of transport, because with the people that this process has been carried out with, the other option was conversion, utilization of gas, biomethane in general, for self-consumption in electricity, but not agreement. According to the analyses and surveys made, it was considered that this path was better because there was no real interest from users to do that kind of self-consumption. So for that reason, is that for biomethane specifically, we are preferring to work on heavy transport. So phases are being established that will be included in this process, that we are also aligning with the development of the NDC that we should be presenting this year, most countries, and so we're working with phases. The first phase that will talk about enabling conditions for production and use. A second phase which is consolidating infrastructure so that they, or for those people who have an interest in participating in production, and to begin using it in vehicles and reconverting those vehicles that wish to do so. And a third phase that includes the mainstream use of biomethane for transport. And in this thesis, supported by the strategies of bioenergy in general, it is also important to remind that this process, we also have it among or within the update of our decarbonization plan that is also coming out this year. So our intent is for this process to go in parallel in all public policy instruments that we are developing. Basically, the question is whether, according to the information that we have, is it possible or not to perform creating this market or performing enough methane or biomethane that can be used. So according to the information, currently we have around 47,000 units for the country for heavy freight transport, and the calculation tells that we would be taking up 230 million tons yearly of biomethane produced to reach this. So the analysis we have here, Los Tajos is the metropolitan plant for water treatment in the country. Rastrojo de Piña, you know that Costa Rica's pineapple shavings. So this is the amount generated, as well as cattle droppings have this yearly potential of biomethane. So with this potential, we would have transport that can be supplied with just over double the units that are being proposed, that we would need to supply the whole heavy cargo market. And the effect that we would have on mitigation is close to just over 40% of emissions according to our gases inventory. So the answer is that yes, it is possible for Costa Rica to put to use the biomethane that we can capture or use, and there's a potential for mitigation. The analysis being led at this time, technically, is being made in the north area for pineapple shaving. So in the in north of the country, we have these production areas or hotspots where the inventory of swine droppings and pineapple shavings is enough to carry out pilots. So according to these three areas for the analysis, we have generated a scenario, a possible scenario on how we can generate biomethane. In this scenario, for approximately 56,000 hectares of pineapple crops, we would have around 6.5 million tons yearly. And the other animal-based raw materials, we have identified that they can sustain management of this waste, that can propose a production of biomethane that at the end of the day would avoid approximately 15 tons of equivalent CO2 per hectare. So the scenario for reduction you see is quite high related to conventional management of stubble against biomethane production. So we would also be resolving the issue of managing farming waste. So the potential is very interesting here, and if we project this to 2030, we would be managing 50% of the stubble we were discussing. We would have 30 million tons of waste under this kind of management, around 620 cubic meters of biomethane available for this production, 77 million liters, equivalent liters of diesel displaced, which is another shift, and more than 100,000 tons of CO2 equivalent per year displaced, around 800 new direct jobs generated in the area, and around 450 million US dollars in mobilization of investment capital. So in sum, the strategy that we are proposing, the information that we have for the strategy, is giving us a very interesting scenario on what we could have as a global process to put to use one product and to use it to mitigate a significant amount of country emissions. So definitely we believe that the potential for us is high. That's basically it. Thank you, Pablo. And I'm asking you this because we were discussing the importance to bring in all actors to the table every time we're working on a matter. In the development of the strategy, apart from the Ministry of Energy, who else is participating? Is it being done globally with agriculture? How is the whole strategy being led to reach these results, to attain these results? The development, as I said, we are in a creation phase. So we already have a proposal for the strategy where our UNDP and UNIDO colleagues have helped us, and along with the ministry. And in that stage, the first thing we are working on are awareness workshops and seeking opportunities for improvement. So at the country level, we are executing many workshops. Already 3 have been executed, if I'm not mistaken. And this is important that they're not only carried out in San Jose, but also in the regions. And this way we guarantee for the information to be made cross-cutting and to get more people's opinion, because anyway, under the strategy, we want it for it to be grounded and applicable. So the example with pineapple stubble allows us to understand that there's potential, and by executing those regional workshops, we're seeking other products. And we're also trying to understand how waste works, where it's very trendy in the country, to see how waste can be put to use. There are options for management of energy and for biomethane. There are other management options according to the physical and geographical realities of the country, but in general, we take the opinion of many people. For instance, we're also talking to the rice people and oil palm specifically to know whether they are included under this process, or in what way are they thinking about cutting back emissions and how much interest they have on the matter from the biomethane perspective. So that's why we are taking our time in this process of consultation at the beginning of January, and we hope that we would have a strategy with official norm. So in sum, we are performing quite a broad dissemination effort. I'm not sure if we have any questions from the audience, something you would like to dive deeper on for Tomas or for Pablo on the strategy of Costa Rica or the state of biomethane. Apologies, we have no audio in the booth.
Gracias. Sí, no sé si podemos...
Thank you, and yes, I'm not sure if we can see the slides again. So under what we are calling here bio-waste, we have wastewaters. So it's a percentage of what's under bio-waste. Certainly it is feedstock that has a significant potential as well. And there are some countries that are already using a little to produce biogas from wastewater. This is something that can be found in Europe, but I also believe there are several experiences here in Latin America. I'll begin and then I'll hand the floor.
Terms are a bit easier for me there. So absolutely, there are many ways to provide incentives. In the past 5 years, we have tracked around 50 policies around the world that are promoting biogas and biomethane production. And these can take different forms. One of the most common ones is to ensure that there's a feed-in tariff. So essentially, if you're producing electricity from this resource, you get a preferential rate for a long period of time, and that ensures that you can recover your investment, your capital expenditure in your operational expenditures. But there are other ways as well. Often there are some countries that will specify a target to say, well, you need to use at least X% of biogases in a certain type of use. And this means then that these resources are going to get a preferential rate because people just need to buy a certain amount of them. I think, and perhaps we might want to hear from Brazil on this, but in the new law on the future fuels, there's some specific mandates there for blending of biogases, and other countries are also thinking in a similar way. In Europe, there's also some requirements related to the share of renewable fuels that each country is using, and this means that to a certain extent, biogases that meet a certain threshold of emissions, they count towards that target. And then this is also another incentive that it's in place and gets them kind of a premium price on the market and helps to make that cost gap and bridge that cost gap. So yes, there are different ways to do this, but absolutely policies are an important part of the equation here.
Sí, bueno.
So first, regarding the previous question, the Los Tajos plant in Costa Rica, it has a marginal biogas production. It is not, we have no biodigesters that capture, but however, with what's being produced, we are generating electricity. So a bit of electricity is captured, and the remainder is used for self-consumption. So yes, wastewater in general, there is a possibility to work on it. And for the other question, on the potential we were discussing in Costa Rica of 228 million tons of biomethane yearly for 47,000 vehicles. We're speaking about around 30 plants with a production of 1,080 tons hourly, or no, sorry, metric tons hourly, and approximate investment would be of 50 for this capacity of production. The approximate investment would be of $50 million per plant, according to the information we've generated. And these plants, beyond the transport sector, would generate around 1,700 jobs. Good morning.
Thank you for the question. It's very relevant. And I think it also brings in another element, which is around international cooperation, right? If there are countries that are willing to shift from natural gas to biomethane and biogases for sustainability reasons, then I think there's a strong case there that they might, especially emerging market and developing economies, they need also international support to make this happen. And I hope that in the different discussions coming forward and including at COP30, maybe this is something that can progress. What we have seen so far in terms of policy experiences around the world is that there's one thing that's very important is that sometimes policymakers, they provide an incentive for installing the plant or the biodigester, for example, and then these are used for a few years, but then they stop being used because there's not enough capital going into the operational expenditure. So people are not able to make the maintenance, and then slowly these biodigesters stop being used just because of cost concerns. So it's very important that policymakers have in mind kind of long-term plans. And similarly, there's often a concern about kind of either one-off or unstable policy frameworks, because for these projects to happen, and for them to be sustainable, they need stable frameworks that are operational across multiple years. Otherwise, it just doesn't really happen, or it just happens in a very small way. And I think this is something that we can look at international experience. I understand that there are some policies here in Latin America, but not too many countries have explored this in depth and really deployed this technology. And I think it makes absolute sense, as you were talking about for Colombia, for example, to be thinking about the same sector that is producing the waste, to use this waste to produce biomethane and then, you know, transport these fuels and avoid imports of natural gas.
Ahora, sí. Cuenta un poco sobre estas experiencias.
Okay, so we can talk about experiences. Maybe in a moment there's an incentive, but if this is not sustained, if we don't consider cost, if there's no long-term sustainability that is not necessarily up to momentarily programs, this would difficult the permanence of this. And I believe that any rulings dictated into mixing, as it could be the case of biofuels, could be one of the policies that we need to promote coming from the government if they're interested in this subject. And I believe that knowledge is important. Observatory of Methane Emissions was founded to work with the oil and gas sector mainly, but each time more this topic is relevant. So we thank you for these experiences, and we hope to go deeper on this topic in future editions of debates and other spaces within the Energy Week. Actually, we're thinking about discussing or continuing with the discussion of this topic. So thank you for listening to us. I'm sure that you are hearing that the coffee break is soon. So I'm going to be the host again. I'm going to get out of the moderator role, and let's go back to the coffee break. Thank you.
Hola, sí.
Bueno, el momento del coffee.
All right, we are wrapping up the coffee break. We are going to start. And up next, we're going to have a panel where we're going to introduce Initiative Center on Researching Policies and Regulatory Framework to Reduce Methane Emissions and how these are aligned with the international good practices. We're also going to understand the current status of climate negotiations and the update process of NDCs. And for that, we would like to invite Maria Leticia Rodas. She's from Olade. She's going to be the moderator. I would like to also welcome Mario Cárdenas from the Stockholm Environmental Institute, Andrés Pirasoli from Resilum, and Ricardo Pareja from the Inter-American Federation of Cement.
Muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. For the panelists, Ricardo, Mario, Andres, thank you for this initiative. Yesterday, we were hearing about many initiatives, processes happening in the region. Many of those have many expectations looking into the future, and others would be a reference for new ones. This panel encourages actions related to methane, and our intention here is for the panelists to have a 10-minute presentation. We want this panel to be an open panel. We want to have comments from the audience, maybe questions, in order to consider other ways of thinking, remarks, and going into transaction and mitigation to methane. We would like to give the go-ahead to Ricardo. Please, could you guys help us with the presentation? Good morning. Thank you, Olade, for inviting me here. We needed to run, by the way, to be here, but here we are. We have Inter-American Cement Federation. We are representing the industrial production of cement from the north of Mexico going into the Patagonia in Argentina and Chile. We have more than 270 plants. You can see our operation map. We have been classified as a global industry in operations, but we have a regional management for decarbonization, and within that decarbonization, we have a branch associated to methane. And one of the opportunities coming from this sector, of course, we consume or we use fuel, raw materials. We have distributed all of our actions throughout the region. That's why any scalability of the project will be total. We are a region with 255 kilograms of cement per capita, where the average or the mean is near 500 kilograms. So we are in deficit on the use of cement, you would say. And the last indicator, if we want to discuss the 200 million tons of cement going into energy, it would be coal equivalent that we should use. This is added to a projection on growth up to 2050. It generates a highly energetic demand with a growing projection because there's no substitute for cement on the development of a region. This is an image that we always show. This shows the difference of cement stocks between a developed country and a developing country. The person that lives in a developed country has 30 tons of cement. That's why there's connectivity, climate resiliency, efficiencies in the building. And the ones that don't, basically this will be in a region, it will be 10 tons of cement. We have a deficit of 20 tons. If we want to close this gap, we need to consider what policies are including, for example, potable water. We need connectivity of the roads. 20% of the roads are paved, and the deficit of housing quality is over 50%. That means half of population is living in these deficit households. So the challenge would be how to close this gap, adapt to the climate change, and placing into the market a product that would mitigate CO2. So 80% of the global footprint is associated to cement consumption, and not because of the intensity of cement. We could see the growth on production of cement worldwide in the last 100 years. And for us, this would be the key to understand what's going to happen in the upcoming 100 years. We're looking of this development in learning on our product. This is a millenary product. We have the Roman Colosseum that has many years, but if there's wars, we use cement. If there's reconstruction, we use cement. If there's economic wealth, cement as well. If there's any type of recession, we use cement to reactivate economy. So all of this is included in these statistics. Lessons learned would be in the infrastructure that we provide. Energetic transformation requires cement for methane's plant. Basically, aeolic generator parks would require cement. Human activity requires cement. And one of the last studies shows that the whole terrestrial globe has a coverage of cement. So this is a replaceable element. If we require wood to do this, we would require 7 Earths, you would say, or 7 globes. These are the indicators from China of more than 15,000 kilotons of cement. We produce more than 7 times of what we produce in the region, and this shows how China in 20 years was able to close the growth gaps. And we could see the growth phenomenon from China. If we want to close gaps, we need to have a similar phenomenon in a region. This is not necessarily everybody's view. So the way of thinking this would be, how are we going to decarbonize ourselves? This was introduced by the industry of cement after 3 years of technical studies on how to decarbonize Latin America by keeping economical sustainability and providing a product in a more competitive way. We cannot make a product as expensive as possible, as Norway, for example. Norway definitely can take a growth of 3 times its cost of cement, but in a region, it would involve less development, less infrastructure, and we would have to keep the same progress. If we divide our strategy in products for future efficiency and closing the CO2 gap, we have done this by auditing the cement in the sanitary backfills, which is the focus of our presentation. You could see decarbonization for the electrical world. We're going to go for 34 electrical terawatts. In any industry, it could be 80% of our emissions, but in our case, we're not even 6% of the total emissions. Our investment would be in the cement processes more than the electrical process. For us, technology, and we always want to explain it this way, we're trying to value waste, but we want to avoid methane. The way would be, how are we going to contribute to methane by having a co-pressing technology, which would be the evaluation of waste. And actually, we are forecasting with a rate of 20% of energy that this derives from the waste derivatives. And our consideration would be to start thinking about urban waste. Thinking about biomethane, we are a way of using energy in a more direct way. We use agricultural waste and we transform it into energy. We avoid CO2 from fossil fuels, but at the same time, we start working on the methane agenda, which is what gathered us here today. how are we going to have a transparent methodology to show this to the world and to generate some profit in an economy which is developing such as ours in order to avoid having waste problems. And this would be our strategy based on a diagnosis of 2019 related to the problems of waste in Latin America. Latin America, it's a region where a third of this waste is not even collected, unlike 4% in Europe with a poor management of waste. Actually, sanitary backfill would be the structural solution. But if we grab 1/3 of this backfill, we would increase this part of solution. If we look at Europe, looking into this hierarchy, we were able to think that the energy solutions were key here. In Latin America, we have the possibility of having renewable deployment, but waste to energy didn't have a way to enter there. So the industry of cement would probably enter there. In Austria, for example, 90% of energy comes from waste, and it helps us with the urban waste. Europe, with 50% of co-processing, is giving us the key of what could happen in Latin America. And we have an opportunity of avoiding methane in backfills, but also avoiding microplastics in dams, self-combustion of this sanitary backfill. And it integrates a lot of solutions going from sanitary to climate changes, going to waste management. So when we remove a truck that was having sanitary backfill and I transform it into energy in this cement plant, I am doing three phenomena in this balance. First of all, how much methane are we going to get? Because this depends on the composition of the waste, the technical configuration of the backfill, climate conditions of such backfill. What would I need to do for this truck to deviate and go to this cement plant? And also, what are we displacing? I'm transferring coal. What would be the efficiency of this cement plant? We will have to get the balance, and we believe that this is a positive balance. When we value biomass, we have a ton of CO2 on neutrality, but methane could actually contribute to more units on its magnitude associated to biomass in a cement plant. So we're finding an equation where we could actually try have 3 times the use of carbon thanks to methanization or having methane. What are the consequences? Well, most of all, we are working on a methodology that we unified the phenomenon of sanitary backfill in Latin America. Well, basically, we're alone here in Latin America because Europe is not going to have this policy. If we don't have this methodology globally, it's never going to happen. When we were working with Africa and India, the priority of those were having cement for its own development. That's why in Latin America there was a responsibility of generating such methodology. Actually, Luis is here with me, working with our company to develop the methodology in the framework of Article 6. We're going to be pioneer in this. There's a methodology coming from Article 6 replacing MDLs that were operating for more than 20 years. We're going to be one of the first methodologies in the world. Whenever there's icebreakers, we need to be the leaders, and we are hoping to have this year to determine the contribution of co-processing in cement plants and the contribution of sanitary backfill. We're doing pilots to show the efficiency in Quiros, the city of Mexico. Since we have a network of 200 plants, we're going to see where it's good for us to do a technical demonstration. And it would generate a tool, and it would give us a reputation to recognize the national inventory of gases. And also, we're going to be able to transfer such emissions to markets that are going to be able to pay this with credit bonds and execute these projects. But to close the tons of waste in Latin America has a disposal cost. But if you go to a dump, it's zero. But in Europe, for co-processing to be profitable, we pay between 100 and 120 tons of per residue in backfill. So that's not going to happen in Latin America, and that's going to make this process to be more effective, and for us to go up to 50% and avoiding methane. We are in this path, and the most important thing, and I would like to close with this comment, 70% of cement is being used in the global north. They don't care about methane because they don't have a sanitary backfill problem going into 2050. But up to 2050, 70% of the cement is going to be used in global south with a growth of 10%. That means that we're going to use 70% higher than what we are using now. So we're going to be able to use this in Southeast, in India as well. And that's the role that we have in FSM, providing transparency in this type of tool and taking a use of these 270 plants, because logistically these are close to the sanitary backfill. And there's a reason to that. These cement plants are installed in the inlets of the entries of the cities, and we are close at 50%. And production of cement will be happening at 80% of Latin America. Therefore, the logistics problem is not associated only to urban waste. Just to close, decarbonization of the industry includes products, includes replacement of raw material, energetic efficiencies, fuels with less use of CO2, and there's all of these 13 leverages tools. We are in the agenda of methane, and we want, with this learning of Article 6, to start encouraging other sectors to register these measurements, because this would be clear information for NDCs, and particularly for developing countries, it could give us liability for the projects. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Ricardo. And he's the director of the Cement, Inter-American Cement Foundation. And we're going to continue with the Institute of Stockholm.
Hola a todos y todas, buenos días.
Good morning. My name is Mario Cardenas. Thank you so much for the chance to participate here. I will try to be as brief as possible. Currently, I'm leading a project entitled Project Emissions Facility in the European Union, with potential convergence of public policies related to mitigation of methane in Latin America. Specifically, we are focusing now in 6 countries in the region, who are Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Costa Rica, and Brazil. Thank you so much for the invitation and for allowing me to participate. I can say already that there's not many results just now. It started a couple months ago, but the goal is to try to assess the possible areas of political convergence, gaps, opportunities, and challenges that are found in aligning policies and initiatives in the European Union to reduce methane emissions, and how we can begin aligning efforts for these 6 countries in the region. I won't stop too much here. I will be very specific and clear on what are the 3 sectors that the project is focusing on currently, which are agriculture, waste, and energy. For agriculture, we're focusing specifically on some sectors such as enteric fermentation, waste management, and rice crops. For waste, we have solid waste, as has been mentioned, burning waste material, and lastly, we have wastewater treatment. And lastly, in energy, we're focusing on transportation and energy consumption and production. So for preliminary results, we need to be very clear. We ask that the graphs that you're seeing on screen are showing challenges and learnings that the 6 countries have had to tackle methane mitigation for all the specific 3 sectors. And just to tell you that the greatest cause for emissions of CH4 in the atmosphere for the 6 countries continues being agriculture with 69%, or approximately 80% of the sector emissions come from enteric fermentation, so livestock, basically. Here we're seeing an overview or snapshot of the political regulatory framework that all 6 countries have, which is pretty robust in general lines. Many of the countries still have some specific cases, sectorial plans for mitigation, climate change, and for CH4. As for instance, the case of Chile, where last year it has the agriculture and the energy, and it is about to finish the waste one, but is relatively tightly related to the healthcare sector. That is pretty important and relevant to mention. Argentina is important also because though it doesn't exist as a mandate from the national government in implementation and development for this kind of policy related to methane, it does exist certain initiatives at the sub-regional level, which is the case of the province Neuquén, if I'm not pronouncing it wrong, where they have developed specifically plans for mitigating CH4 in the energy sector. Colombia is a country that stands with a pretty robust regulatory framework and a verification system that's pretty strong as well. But for Colombia and other countries in the region, there are still opportunities presenting in terms of independent verification and who are reporting and how they're reporting emissions specifically for the energy sector. And Costa Rica, just to mention, policies and plans mentioned in the previous presentation, but there's an opportunity here for scalability of those energy capture pilots by the waste sector. And Brazil has specific policies or sector plans for agriculture and the waste sector. A sector plan for greenhouse gases is related to ABC+, but it does not have specifically, like some of the other countries, laws which make mandatory reporting on leak detection and repair. Moving along, I won't delay too much here. This is just to give a global overview of the main outcomes in terms of gaps and challenges that countries find in the energy sector. To mention that we are focusing on consumption, transport, and energy generation. On the other hand, we have best practices. Something important here is that best practices, for instance, Petrobras and Ecopetrol have decided to join the OGMP 2.0 initiative, pretty important, and countries like Brazil, Chile, and Colombia have these initiatives to update transport networks for energy in the country. Again, good practices in terms of Argentina with the development of systems for monitoring and public policies at the sub-regional level for the Neuquén province, not as aligned necessarily with national interests. But on the other end, there are countries in the region that lack development of specific public policies that make mandatory the implementation of leak detection and repair that could potentially be leading to under-regulation and under-reporting in emissions from the energy sector. In terms of agriculture, perhaps I would focus more on the best practices. In these 2 days we have said much on what is lacking, what we can improve, but in terms of highlighting progress of implementation and regulatory frameworks in countries, the plans and the pilots for biodigesters in Costa Rica and Brazil specifically, in the regions of Paraná and Santa Catalina, are pilots that have been quite successful and are acknowledged in Latin America, that they operate as a baseline and to continue diving deeper in that kind of project implementation. In Embrapa in Brazil, in the region, Latin America, and especially the south of Latin America, is too involved with the livestock sector. So many of the strategies being developed related to decreasing methane emissions in the sector are more related to improving the performance of the sector specifically. I won't stop too much here. And in terms of waste, I really like the case of Chile with organic waste. It's a huge programs with funding from countries such as Canada and Switzerland. Brazil also has Sao Paulo and Paraná, like 2 pilot cases in the implementation of biodigesters for capturing CH4 and turning it into energy. And Colombia currently has many sector plans in mitigation to climate change, and we can say that right now it is working both on implementation and including mitigation measures for mitigating methane, not only in the energy sector, but also waste in agriculture. And here, this is like the core of the project. This is trying to put to value not necessarily replicability and adjustment of the regulatory framework of countries in the region, but actually how we can adapt and scale up so that the many different political frameworks and willingness to implement that exists will both negative and gaps, but merely on what's presented here is a set of 3 tables that I won't stop too much on, but what we're seeing, what we're trying to assess is what are those common points on convergence that serve to leverage the intervention and alignment of the countries in Latin America and the European Union in terms of how we see financial resources, how to help implement and develop monitoring and verification systems that are much more feasible, cost-effective, and that also serve in the long term, and with what kind of specific mandates or policies and the European Union is being aligned to. These are outcomes in energy. There's 3 specific cases, but perhaps just to finish this presentation, I would like to mention what are those opportunities that are cross-cutting identified to this point. This is a report and a research that is in development. But we have 5 main ones, the first being the opportunity to help to develop reporting and verification frameworks that allow independent verification of the data reported by the institutions, as also helping to develop new conversion factors and adaptability factors for tiers 1, 2, and 3 that IPCC proposes, because countries change in geographic, climate, and social terms. So the south of Chile is not equal as the north. So there are considerations that need to be considered. Definitely, the projects of aerobic digestion is something that is pretty important in terms of both the policy of the mandates in the European Union and this potential that the region in Latin America has to help discouraging CH4 and a bit more in terms of circular economy and waste recovery, and what strategies for tech exchange and 3-party mechanisms to help for there to exist like an exchange of good practices between countries in the region specifically. And I believe that's where I finish. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mario. Now moving on to Andres Pirazzoli, CEO of Resilience. Good morning. Thank you so much, Leticio. My name is Andres Pirazzoli, and I would like to thank Olade and the Observatory for the invitation and the possibility to be here and sharing about the project that we're working on in line with what's been discussed during these days. So thank you so much. I will try to briefly present with much less data than my predecessors. We have a team of 5 people from different disciplines, and we are trying to take all of the effort that you are carrying out and other colleagues to international signals that are necessary to advance in the development of policies. Mainly, we are trying to take this effort to negotiation of the Framework Convention from the UN for climate change, particularly the Paris Agreement. We have a presence that matches the colleagues that preceded me. We have a presence in Chile, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras, Panama, and Peru. And our main goal is to facilitate the inclusion of methane targets and other pollutants that are different to carbon dioxide and NDCs on one end, and on the other hand, to achieve in the very negotiations for us to have reinforced language that allows us to work from the international down to the domestic in methane mitigation and other gases different to CO2. The first thing I would like to remind that we are 10 years from the adoption of the Paris Agreement. I believe it's already been mentioned by some colleagues. And not everything is bad news. Actually, the implementation of the Paris Agreement has brought a change in trajectory. When we adopted the Paris Agreement 10 years ago, we were in a trajectory where we were overcome 4 degrees Celsius of increase in temperature, and the current trends show us that we are currently in a trajectory that continues being concerning, but that it approaches 2.7 degrees. Therefore, it is very useful, the implementation of the Paris Agreement, and we see methane as a facilitator to achieve the goals of temperature stabilization around 1.5 degrees. Another important situation, I don't know if you saw yesterday, but a consultative decision was issued from the International Court of Justice that refers precisely to international obligations of states before the impacts of climate change. And the fundamental element that the decision highlights is the duty of states to generate commitments which are a progressive advancement of their efforts. We are in the second iteration of contributions after the first global balance that was developed in 2023, and Section 4.3 of the Paris Agreement is very specific in pointing out precisely what was highlighted by the International Court of Justice yesterday, and this is that efforts must be progressive. So we are trying, on one hand, for the new contributions to include targets of methane, and also for the decision text that stem from the negotiation of the Framework Agreement and the Paris Agreement to pick up on reinforced language pertaining to these pollutants. For this purpose, we have been tracking the many work streams with subsidiary bodies of the negotiation and attempting to build text proposals which gather much of what's been discussed in the room during these days. On the other hand, we have been able to support leadership in the region. In the case of last year, supporting a declaration of ministries of environment in Latin America and the Caribbean that precisely stated that methane targets would be included in national contributions, and that it aimed to the last issue that mentioned my predecessors, and this is waste management and closing dumps and landfills, especially for reducing organic waste as a source of significant methane. Last year, I presided this forum in Chile. We had a very tight participation with them to achieve the declaration. This year, the chair is our current host, Peru, and we hope also to be able to aim to declarations that strengthen these commitments in the region. As I said, the decision from the International Court cements our normative expectation for methane to be included in country actions and commitments under the Paris Agreement, though there is no legally binding precedent that obliges all countries to do so. The first global balance does mention on the need to accelerate action with regards to methane emissions, particularly for the year 2030. Therefore, we are defending this normative expectation. As I said, it is not a precept that we can execute in a court as something legally binding, but to highlight that if countries have not included, for instance, methane targets in their original commitments in the first contribution they have made to the Paris Agreement, a normative expectation could be made so that in the following iteration that is expected to be presented around September, to include these methane targets. On the other hand, it could be interpreted as a regression in scrutiny process for the technical opinion of experts, or the second global balance that is expected at COP32, which would be probably in India. Where have we identified? Well, these are technicisms. I don't know if somebody in the room, anybody is participating actively in climate negotiations, but there are different elements where the main point could be included, and this is the working plan for mitigation that precisely tries to gather efforts and align all commitments with the global target for temperature increase under 1.5 degrees. This has shown, as mentioned by many colleagues who preceded me, that the discussion of funding has transformed into a fundamental discussion when we want to discuss any kind of climate action, and currently we are before a north-south relationship that might not mediating the support of implementation means nor financial means. Hardly will we be able to make progress on these matters that are more technical. Where we see that, as I said, this matter can be included has to do with indices, and these are the commitments that countries provide to the Paris Agreement. The reinforced transparency framework, that is very important here. Much has been discussed about data and information, where countries are generating it for monitoring, reporting, and verification of their efforts. And even here, the colleague from Chile mentioned on the possibility to access credits by these verifications whenever they happen. For that, it is necessary for this whole effort to be taken to international negotiation, and for now, there are some icebreakers, as mentioned here by the colleague, but it is necessary to take it to the subsidiary bodies of the convention, known as EPSIADI and SAPSTA, which are where these methodologies are developed and adopted for the total amount of parties to the Paris Agreement. So we are trying to bind, as I said, normative expectation norms on the commitments and transparency, taking it to the global balance so that not only does it mention methane in a single line, but to go a bit further with a fine thread on how the metrics and the guides that IPCC is making. And here the colleague from Stockholm Development Institute was talking about tiers of information. IPCC is the fundamental body that delivers the science for decision making to us, so it's also very important to give it attention. And lastly, the metric methodologies and best practices regarding working with methane. With this, I would simply like to thank you, and I will welcome your questions. Thank you so much, Andres. We saw throughout yesterday and today on the initiatives that we are pushing for regionally. These initiatives are from the academic domain, from applied research and the strengthening of climate ambitions and transformation of industrial sectors. Moving on to open up the floor, if there are any questions for our panelists.
Si no hay, yo tengo preguntas.
If there are no questions, I have some.
¿Dónde? ¿Podemos acercarle, porfa, al micrófono?
Can we hand them the microphone, please? I do not see them. Then it's my turn. Thank you so much. Good morning. I'm Nino Toledo, promoter of development of intelligent in Peru, and I want to address Mario. Given that yesterday, by chance, I was told that Stockholm City is the top reference in Europe and probably worldwide for smart cities, and that they have made adequate considerations about precisely recycling, well, the considerations on methane also, which is the topic for this event. So please, Mario, thank you. Your comment regarding Stockholm as a city. Well, thank you. To clarify that I am Colombian, the institute was founded in Stockholm, Sweden in 1989. I had the chance to travel there, but I'm not a resident of the city. But if there's something to mention, this is that Nordic countries in general, Europe and Nordics are a reference on sustainability matters, and many of the cases to be shown on implementation of sustainability policy or initiatives at the global level on what is being done well and wrong. In general, Sweden always stands out as one of those countries where the quality of life is excellent, organic waste management, and putting to use energy from open air landfills, as well as the use of methane power via wastewater is also a case to highlight, but I would not know what else to tell you. We have studied it a lot because Europe has such leadership in energy valuation, so this goes back to 3 centuries or more. In Europe, actually, the Nordic part, if you don't have heat, then you die. So using waste as a source of heat has been a habitual practice. And it has been found that that also generates process that contribute to circular economy and reducing direct methane emissions. So this has been an extra. Obviously, the way to burn waste in the past or to process it currently has changed all the technology. So culturally, Europe has had this need, and obviously this need has led it to become a leader in energy valuation, which is why I have no problem in setting goals in disappearing landfills by 2050. 20% tax, I believe that's by sending waste over $120 per ton only if you have power. So over costs that improper waste management is obvious. So I've had a pretty strong learning process with regards to energy valuation and processing. Basically, as we saw, 60% finally is hierarchy of waste is being resolved with energy valuation, but this is a cultural matter. We as a region, obviously, we don't need that heat to survive. Lima, we know, has a super stable temperature, and also the Amazon, so we don't have that complexity, save it's Patagonia or some cities in the highlands. So we have not been it's not been necessary to show that energy can be put to value when it has intrinsic value. Well, thank you, Sam, for establishing this link between Stockholm and methane. Now moving on to our next question.
Okay, Carlos Santana from Repsol Exploración, Peru. Yesterday we were talking about non-punitive encouragement, or as well as other type of purposes of these energetic companies. What are the opportunities of the government, and what's the intention of integrating these companies to this type of initiatives. We have private companies that have icebreaker projects. I think that that's relevant. But how does this integrate to the strategies as a country? I don't know if you have seen a case in this sort of reviews, or you know any type of experience. Well, I could start with the ice-breaking question. In Peru, not necessarily Lima, we have signed an agreement between the local associations and the Ministry of Production. The decarbonization agenda in the industry, it's a responsibility from the Ministry of Production allocated in Peru. So they need to have actions for decarbonization. And they also notice that the complexity of sectors like, for example, steel, cement, chemical industries, all the solutions need to come from within. And that's actually a view because the UN, AEA, they all share this view. And we're going to have to look for public policies that could support this. What we have determined for practical case for Peru in particular is that they need to be public procurement that would encourage low carbon cement, right? You would make the industry to transform their products because the market, the government are going to favor such type of product. Responsibility also includes an implementation of waste in their product, and that gives you a differential that you will not be able to cover comparing to the waste. And maybe this is not as successful, but I believe that this is a good way to go. Thirdly, I would talk about enabling Article 6.2. This is related to ITMA's projects. There's economies where the carbon, the coal's, price is high. Singapore, Germany. I think that they could enter a region with industrial projects that are technically defined. But what we need is support of the government of transferring these emissions towards the global north. And within the transitions and the cost, this is what we are facing in Peru. We have non-punitive initiatives that I believe that are the suitable ones. You could be punitive if you're trying to displace processes like energy and coal transportation. But you're not going to have that considering the environment or environment change. You're going to have the displacement of 8 sectors, cement into steel, to other economies such as China that would incorporate ships, transportation. And we also have, to sum up, actions that are not implemented, and it would generate a goal of leakage. China consumes more than 5 tons per habitant, but I think that they could cover all the production of cement in Latin America. You have a port at 100 kilometers from here, and there's logistics involved, but then coal leakage and loss of local development and losing the potentials to value the waste would be the considerations that we're determining with governments. We have had good outcomes with Mexico, Brazil, Colombia. Productivity here is critical to show the climate variabilities, the strategic variabilities as well. And it was obvious now, but 5 years ago, the cement and steel was not considered in conflict or armed conflicts. And now Germany is building tanks with steel. So definitely, considering the punitive question, we have success cases, for example, between Produce here in Peru and the industry of cement. I want to add something because this is a specific cases. So talking about punitive aspects, what we have seen in the region is that everything is voluntary, considering large companies trying to think about what's going to be the next movement on exporting the energetic renewables going into Europe. We have Petrobras in Brazil, for example. They are aligning such supra-governmental institutions such as Methane Pledge, and they are signing LP 2.0, which is not mandatory for each of the country, but it's related to the potential opening of markets that would imply exporting energetics into Europe. Yes, I don't want to waste this opportunity to mention that in the region, it is true that the non-punitive signs are important. Legislation signs are also important. We have good examples in the case of Chile. There is a climate change legislation that rules having a legal framework on certain sectors that would mitigate the climate change. And this would give the proper signs that would be non-punitive for the private sector. Without having those plans, it would be very hard to move forward just based on the of being volunteers. And in the case in our region, we have a Chilean case, Peruvian case, but there's different institutional lines that involve introducing the private sector in a collaborative manner. We need to move forward on that sense, and maybe we need to go a little bit more specific on methane gas, because this has a role maybe for climate change. I think we have less than half involved with such gas, and we would have to incorporate this in the national legislation. We have carbon neutrality goals going into 2050, into 2050, but the more pricing signs we could give, right? We were talking before about having a standard portfolio or any type of signal we could give to the market. I believe that that would be of benefit, and it would be easier for the private sector to be involved here. Thank you. Thanks to the three of you. Thank you for sharing your experiences. Thank you, everybody, by the way, for active listening. And with this, we will close our panel and we could continue with the agenda. Thank you.
Bueno, llegamos.
All right, now we are reaching the last session of the day. And to do this closing act, we're going to discuss innovation and technology for methane management. We're going to hear progress when it comes to technology for detecting and reducing leaks, detection and repair, as well as capture and energy use, in addition to the challenges in terms of access and transfer of technology in the region. And for that, we're going to invite Leonardo Tamayo as moderator. He is from the Ministry of Energy from Colombia. We're going to invite also Mario Patiño. He's from Inside M. We're going to invite Diego Leon for Bridges Fortronics. Want to invite Michael Ayandino for Hanoa.
Listo. ¿Cómo estamos?
Good afternoon, everybody. For the people that don't know me, I am Leonardo Tamaya. I am part from the Ministry of Mines and Energy of Colombia, as part of the Hydrocarbons Directorate. I want to thank Olade and all the organizers from these events. Personally, I will have to say that this is important because we're sharing experiences, not only as regulators, but also for the service providers, the consortiums, and all the society as such such that could contribute to reduce methane emissions up to 2050. I want to thank you. And just to give you a little bit of context of what we are doing in Colombia to reach our goals. In 2022 and 2023, we have a legislation in which we provide some conditions for all the companies for exploration and operation in the country in order to have methane reduction. And up to this date, we have a baseline of measuring approximately 320 sites that we have on the country. With that, we're going to have a control of mitigations of such emissions that we have identified already. Clearly, this has not been easy for Colombia. We had the advice of some counselors and advisors that has helped us to understand how we can reduce methane. The next step as a country is to be able to identify and measure this as a government. It's not the fact that we don't believe what they are reporting to us, but we want to have the control of these emissions. We want to know if maybe what they're reporting is what we're measuring, and that's one of our main goals. Further to that, I would like to mention that we want to regulate everything related to the midstream and downstream. Downstream, we have progress on the draft of a resolution where we set some conditions for refineries in the country to start with the methane mitigation process. Even if they're doing it, we need to have regulatory signs. We believe that in our country, it's important to have this in 2026. I believe that this is a relevant challenge. I just want to thank you, and I want to share all of these spaces that we have. When it comes to technology, I believe that this is relevant because this is a starting point for us as decision makers, for you to know how do you want to build this legal framework. We don't want to paint a picture that we're not going to be able to do if we're having, I don't know, legislation that is not going to be accordance with the technology. We need to know what technologies we have available, what are the costs of this, because this needs to be feasible enough for the legislation to work. And thank all of you. First of all, I would like you to introduce yourselves and maybe talk a little bit about what does your company do in order to answer the upcoming questions. First question would be, what would be the main technological progress or advancements currently available when it comes to mitigation? Yes, my name is Mario Patiño. I am a Chief Revenue Officer from Inside M. If you don't know Inside M, we are an American company with a headquarters in California. We have been measuring the first basins for more than 10 years on oil and gas sector. We have 5 years of experience here in Colombia. We have been working with operators in Colombia, Argentina, Brazil. We have been working on voluntary initiatives for them in their own decarbonization plans, but also we have been working on the OGMP initiative. We are working with 2 operators in Colombia, 1 in Brazil, and there's other type of initiatives like what Leonardo was mentioning. We have methane legislation in Colombia, and several operators are using such data. When it comes to methodologies, what we are doing is overview the production fields and the transportation assets. We actually have an airplane that helps us see what's the efficiencies in cost. Every time that we're flying, we are like 2,000 feet over the fields, and we start seeing what's the profiles of leaks of these basins in Latin America. Regarding the profile of each of our operators, we could have a certain adaptation on the frequency of the inspections and the sensitiveness of this in order to have this a cost-effective manner and to consider the particularities of each operator and the basins as such. Thank you. Well, thank you, Leo, by the way, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marco Cota. I am the CEO from Talanza Energy. We are at 100% Mexican company. We have a branch in Colombia. Our operations basically include upstream, mainstream, downstream. In Mexico, we have been working with a company in Colombia. We have also a recent company in Chile, and we're hoping to start a project soon here in Peru. Our company, basically, it's devoted to doing detection, quantification, and consultant services for detection, and quantification, and reduction of the methane emissions. Your question, I don't, should I answer it now or? All right, perfect. I would answer it then. And the question was? Yes, the main technological advancements. All right. So in Talanza, we actually acknowledge the international principle, right, which is something that we're talking about a lot when it comes to methane emissions. And of course, it consists on detecting, quantifying, and we don't have silver bullets here. There's not a single technology that could solve this problem. And the best approach that you could have is a multi-scale approach that would consider top-down solutions, such as the one that was just mentioned, and also bottom-up solutions with OGI cameras, with high close amperes, with laser detectors. There's a huge variety of solutions, and I would even consider using soap in some of the machinery in an effective way. It could help us to have data analysis, because you could be talking about drones, satellites, things that could be quite futuristic, when actually information that the company have in their own database could help us in order to have a proper diagnosis of where they have problems. Each project requires a different solution, and that's the main challenge that any company has, particularly the ones in our region. And, well, that's my comment. Good afternoon. My name is Diego Leon. I am the Global Business Development Manager for Bridger Photonics. And I want to thank Olade. This is the first time that Bridger Photonics is involved in an event in Latin America. We were lucky enough to participate in different events of methane in the world. And like I was discussing with Gaston yesterday, I am quite surprised now, because I'm seeing the quality of the organization, the panelists, so I am quite pleased with this summit and how this organization is going. Bridger Photonics is a company that was founded in Montana in the US about 18 years ago, but about 5 or 6 years, the development group had a product that is called gas mapping lidar. Basically, this is a sensor which is similar to what Mario from Eyesight M is doing. This is installed in an aircraft, and we fly near the facilities of the oil and gas sector. We work in upstream and downstream. This is a lidar that is being used to go through the cities and find methane emissions coming from these areas. We are flying at a lower height, actually, in order to detect leaks that could be in the range of 1 kilogram per hour. But we started with this type of service. That's the service from Bridger Photonics. As a company, we were only focused in North America, the US, Canada, but we were thinking, of course, what were the initiatives coming from the rest of the world. A while ago, we started working in Australia, and recently we have reached Latin America. Our first project in both countries, by the way, was leveraged by Chevron. This is one of our main clients, and they are participating in OGMP 2.0. And actually, by doing measurement with them, we were able to reach other areas of the world. That's what Bridger Photonics do. We detect air measurement, and we have also used drones, particularly to have allergy measurements in these facilities, and offshore, as you could see in Brazil, Mexico, and so forth. This is what our company does.
English, and my apologies because I can't speak Spanish. But let me first thank you, everybody. This was a great session, as my colleague was speaking. Great job by Olade, and I'm like really impressed with the work being done in Latin America right now. So my name is Nilesh Joycer. I'm the Global General Manager for Honeywell's emissions and energy business. Now, when I say that, we cover, as Honeywell, we have a lot of portfolios. So what we do is we have a kind of an entire framework that we can kind of support, which is like the entire MRV value chain, you can say, which not only just helps companies, like we help them do measurements, we help them do reporting, we help them kind of support through the entire protocol of like these verifications and rectification reductions actually. So the way we do it is like we have point sensors, and like as even Marco mentioned, like not one technology solves all problems. So we kind of play in the space where we do like from a detection point of view and quantification, we have technologies which can allow site-wide monitoring. We call it Rebellion. That was an acquisition we had done 6 years back as a technology. That's a camera sensing technology. It works on cloud imaging. And we have point sensors. So basically, it just goes very close to the points of emission. So once you detect it at a far level, we actually can go very close to the point detection and improve the accuracy of the equipment. So that's as far as the core sensing technology goes. But then we go beyond that, like because today, the way it works, and I think just to kind of just add to what my colleague said, is like we just don't want to do like find out what the emission is or detect the emissions. We want to really go beyond that, and we really to find why that emission is happening. How do we solve that emission? And I was so glad to hear yesterday Juan Carlos, Ena, and even Omar mentioning about some of the initiatives they are doing. And it's actually playing through this entire value chain, not just find the emission, kind of do the detection and rectification alongside, right? So we play those entire space, including OGMP2 reporting, enabling the data for that, and going beyond in terms of how to support you for reductions also. So we have technologies like asset performance management. We have something on simulations that can help you do a lot of simulated based corrections. So those are the things that we offer as a technology. Thank you.
Vale, muchas gracias.
Thank you. I know that many of you are going into the Latin American market. For us, it's quite interesting, particularly on the emissions. But for Marco, the question would be, what are the challenges from Latin America in order to implement the technologies that right now you have as a company or that you're offering as a company? Thank you. Well, most of the challenges, or part of the challenges that any company would face when it comes to detection and quantification, it's related to technical aspects. Latin America, it's not a simple region. Just to mention something, many companies do not have operations or availability of such technology regionally. That's why it's important to import such technology. And there's a whole logistics involved and costs associated to bring this technology. And another challenge would be the economical side of it. We need a strong investment in the beginning to buy cameras, to have high flow meters, and related to good practices, of course, everybody would need to receive training. It's not good enough to use technology or have technology from one country to the other if you don't have, at least locally, the necessary programs or training for the personnel. And we have seen many times that we have companies that have availability of cameras, but each OGI camera costs $100,000, and a company with medium activities or medium operations would require at least 2 or 3 cameras. They require more equipment. So these are fragile devices, and Yeah, I could talk about Mexico, for example, on safety. For us, this is a huge problem because we need to move by land and we need to go through areas that are controlled by organized crime. I'm hoping that, I mean, I know, sorry, that many countries have the same problem. I'm hoping that there are not that many, but these are the challenges. Discussing the good practices, a mechanism that has been effective in the US has been MAPEC. There is a Center of Technology Assessment, which is in the Colorado University, and we just visited that facility, and this involves a model that it's effective, that involves the academia sector. And all the prototypes of such technologies are going to be tested with control methane emissions, and they can test how effective they are. And METEC is posting in their website the performance of each one of these technologies. For me, it would be an excellent idea to have an initiative now, because in a Latin American level, we could have these type of exchanges with the university, but we have multiple challenges from my point of view. I'm going to ask the question for the Honeywell entity. We know that you have lots of initiatives, but what would be the larger in Latin America, for example?
Yeah, so see, in Latin America, what we kind of see when we look at the framework, and I think that was some of the good analysis the friends in IEA brought up. Like, we do see a lot of initiatives, like at a larger scale, because as Honeywell offers a lot of decarbonization solutions, we definitely look at things like biomethane, biogas initiatives, and trying to bring those technologies. We look at a lot of carbon capture technologies. We actually are doing a lot of flare analytics, by the way, in terms of how do we kind of not only do DRE analysis, but even identifying flare kind of methane losses in terms of your combustion efficiencies and things like that. So in terms of the kind of technology and the challenges that we see, one of the things is how do we really get the ecosystem going, right? And in like, even if I don't get into some of the institutional things and everything, I think in terms of enablements, like I think what Marco mentioned, I can go a step forward, like in terms of what like countries like Canada is doing, like, right? Like similar to METEC, Canada is University of Calgary, but what they did was they partnered with Tourmaline Oil, which represents the Canadian gas companies actually. And what Tourmaline does is it allows all the technologies to be tested in the field environment. And it gives you an opportunity to not only test new technologies or any technologies that you want to kind of adapt and implement in, let's say, rest of Latin America, but at one company, like, can be identified, or a two company in the region, and you can actually do a testing in the real-time field environment. Now, we are kind of pushing those kind of models because it helps for faster enablement of technology within the region. Because if you go to individual companies and the countries, everybody wants to test out the technology. Everybody wants to get a provenness of that technology, right? So when we are going to these regions which are growing or showing interest in this kind of technology, we personally feel that either, like, of course, we create, like, the gas associations of this company, or through OLADE, if that kind of an initiative can be taken, it actually fosters a quick enablement of technology rollout. That's very important, right? So as Honeywell, we definitely would want to see that kind of a setup here that can accelerate it, or a partnership within those frameworks that we have. That is something we can enable. We can also help with OLADE and try to set up things which can make things work faster. That is what we will do. I think from our perspective, since we are present in almost every country as Honeywell in Latin America, one of the things we are doing is our plans are, like, we are already doing it, but we probably would be reaching out to some of the companies that we already met during this forum. But apart from that, my team across the globe is currently engaging with all customers to see how we can educate them through regional workshops, and really, because it's all about awareness, it's all about technology, kind of I would say, education that will enable this. So that's what we can do as a technology player. What we are doing with the governments and kind of enablement is how do we really really encourage the government to have some form of a regulatory framework to make things happen. Because unless you incentivize the companies who is implementing these things, yeah, they are doing a lot of self-goals, they are doing a lot of this OGMP2 gold certification, and those are great things. But for them to be competitive in the regional environment or globally, we definitely have to incentivize them. So I think those are the things we definitely do as a advocacy whenever we meet the government officials, because unless we do that, and as a large organization, we need to do that as a responsibility. So we do our part just to ensure that we keep sending that positive message to the market and all the entities that are involved in this.
Muchas gracias, Nilesh. Creo que te me adelantaste un poco.
Thank you so much. I think you got ahead of me a bit, but I would like to take this chance to ask this question to Diego and Mario. What do you think those incentives should be so that the government in every country begins doing that mitigation and quantification of methane? So you as service provider, what do you believe that the government should do in order to incentivize companies to use that technology? Well, I believe that the duty of a regulation should be to incentivize measurement, right? We have discussed these 2 days that one of the most important gaps existing on this matter of methane management is a lack of measurements, and hence the importance of initiatives such as OGMP 2.0, because worldwide what we have seen, and I believe, Diego, you have seen this as well, and this is that often the emissions and the intensity of methane in operators is being underestimated or underreported, and that's not necessarily bad as long as what is being left clear is such great economic opportunity that exists with fugitive emissions. This morning, S&P Global was publishing the benchmark of operators in the United States that we regulate, and S&P is using our data. And what can be seen is that on the y-axis, they have methane values in leaks against production, especially with gas operators. And what we have noticed is that though that methane intensity tells how clean an operator is at the economic level, those same values and percentages can translate into losses in revenue for operators, right? As long as they are losses that they're having on their commercialized product. So I believe that the fact that the gap in reporting is leading for operators to be undervaluating those methane emissions also leaves very clear that there is an economic opportunity that is so significant, and it's a win-win, as I believe many have said it throughout these 2 days. So the duty of regulation must be truly not to hide that win-win, but actually incentivizing measurements precisely. And here we have many examples. There's a regulation just mentioned now in Colombia. There will be updates to it and more, but it has increased measurements at 90%, which I believe was the figure that I read, that one of the companies in Colombia really began measuring. And then there's more punitive regulations, such as the previous government of Biden in the United States that was penalizing per ton emitted. So that has already been pushed back by the new administration. But what we see, and I believe this is common to all, that operators continue investing on these initiatives for methane management because it is something that makes sense, right? And what one of the operators that we work with says is that a clean asset is more efficient, and the financial will see it in their P&L in closing the year. So I believe that the duty of the regulation must be to incentivize measurement, and hopefully it happens in a harmonized manner with global initiatives, such as with OGMP 2.0, which currently is the most acknowledged initiative, as to not have these divergences between local regulations in Colombia and Mexico. We know that in Argentina and Brazil they are coming with discussion, but hopefully it can be harmonized as long as there is an effect for export markets with importers in Europe that are already using OGMP 2.0 as the measurement framework. And that's what I can say in colloquial terms, to have more carrot, less stick, that does incentivize measurement to avoid that gap with regards to methane intensity and not necessarily punitive, so that it is something that operators really adopt and they see that win-win. And I believe that throughout these 2 days, many highlighted this. Yes, I believe Mario said it pretty well. Actually, what we have seen in Bridger Photonics is similar, that with regards to measurements, we, on average, with the 20 largest companies we work with in the US, we are seeing a reduction at the order of around 18% year after year, which matches pretty well with the S&P report that Mario mentioned. With regards to how to incentivize or how to adjust those regulations to promote this measurement and what can we do for companies to begin adopting this technology, I believe that what we saw in the United States particularly was opening up the options and modernizing the existing regulation so that, for instance, they were only limited to perform specific measurements on site and determine a specific concentration in parts per million, against updating that to allow remote sensing measurements that allows concentration in a line. So merely opening up the technological options where we represent certain technologies, but currently there's satellite technology, aerial technology, drones, on-site lasers, high flow samplers. There are different modalities that can be adjusted depending on the need of every operator. And as Marco said here, not necessarily a single technology will help an operating company to cover all of its needs. So modernizing the regulation to allow many technologies, considering the technical capabilities of every technology, is what has allowed for that measurement to continue increasing, and for the very companies naturally will begin adopting technologies to perform that measurement. It is very interesting what's happening in Latin America with companies adhering to the OGMP 2.0 framework, and Florencia was telling this yesterday, levels 4 and 5, which involve measurement. They're required to do 2 kinds of different measurements: bottom-up, top-down, to perform reconciliation and to truly understand the emissions profile for each of the companies. This is a task that takes a somewhat broader perspective on how to adopt those technologies to perform measurement. So that incentivizes the countries somewhat on how to begin promoting this. I would see it, as Mario said it also, the stick actually had not worked as well as it was thought originally in the States, but it did allow for those technologies to be accepted by most oil and gas companies. They unanimously said, yes, let's modernize the technology available and let's progress in that sense to really measure and understand that what I was somehow thinking that I was emitting with only generic emission factors, when I really measured, I began understanding a bit better those differences between the estimation and what's actually measured. So to finish, what we should be seeking is being able to open up the technologies that companies can use so that they fulfill the regulation. Great, Diego. Thank you so much. I believe that something for you as service providers is being able to identify those barriers. What obstacles do you see that Latin America and the Caribbean currently has so that those technologies can be implemented mainstream? So Diego and Milea, you can help me to answer that question.
So technology barrier point of view, is this on? Can somebody hear me? Okay. See, from a technology barrier perspective, I never see technology barrier as a standalone thing actually, like in my experience. I don't think it's a technology barrier. I think there are a lot of things that are available in the market today which can solve all the problems. And I think one of the discussions yesterday we had was like today we have 80% of the emissions that can be solved with the existing technologies. So when it comes to the barrier, first of all, I think it's about how do we enable that usage of technology? I think that's the first problem. Like if you look at it again, I will move back to the same discussions my colleagues were having. How do you incentivize? If the industry doesn't see an incentivization, and that's like a policy harmonization in terms of, and I also agree, we shouldn't penalize. Like penalties are a good way to kind of get the disciplines in place. If that works, great. But I think the incentives are something that works even greater. So if there is a way where I think the industries and the associations within LATAM can come together, and like there are enough of good case studies already in the global world today, what's worked, what's not worked, contract for differences have worked, somewhere it's not worked, or like you can talk of great policies where some tax incentives have been given at a capex level, some at a production level. I think the more we kind of make that enablement happen, I think the rest of the things will, because today, even if let's say technology like players, we want to invest in this region, one of the things we look at it is what's the return of investment, right? And are we going to get like the companies to adapt to these technologies quickly? And if that motivation is not seen, we can come here and we can attend 20 events and meet 30 customers, but what is the customer's drivers, right? So I think unless we kind of look at it as a drivers, of course there are NDCs, there are the national goals that we have set for ourselves, but can we become more refined with a common framework on methane kind of plans, methane action plans? It can be at a country level, it can be at a regional level. I think those are the things, if we can address that, I think technology barriers will go away. And that's my view of it, actually.
Sí, solo para complementar un
Yes, just to complement that a bit, that answer a bit, I believe that technology barriers actually, there is no barrier to bring in technology to Latin America. What's more, Latin America is one of the first regions in the world that is looking at the adoption of these technologies like the ones we're discussing here. So we're actually being pioneering in adoption of technology. Perhaps the only one that occurs to me is that there are some regulations that still limit somewhat the technology in the sense that the company can bring in an advanced technology for methane detection, but if it doesn't help you to fulfill with the regulation, then there's no incentive for the company to adopt it because you will have to do it double. So if it can be reviewed in every country to say, well, the regulation that we have is somewhat obsolete and it is only for going through the gas pipeline with a methane measuring device on foot against using a flyover technology that measures effectively and efficiently, for instance, modernizing the regulation a bit to allow for the company that adopts the technology to fulfill simultaneously with the regulation. That would be, from my perspective, the obstacle that exists, because for the rest, the technology is there, it can be brought in. There's no limitation from the perspective of the companies to get the technologies. What's more, the willingness is there. It's been discussed these last days, between yesterday and today, on the full funding aspect and the targets, the companies that adopt frameworks such as OGMP 2.0. So barriers, apart from that, I see no other that hinders us from bringing in technology to the country. Thank you so much. And I believe Mario was talking about a case in the United States with regulation that came from a regulation. Trump came in and made a regulatory change. So from your perspective, how do you see, how can it be guaranteed for the good public policies that countries have on matters of methane measurements can be sustained? I don't know if Mario and Marco can help me with that question, and I believe we can finish with that. Yes, it's a very interesting example, because what we saw in the United States is that though penalties came out from waste emissions charges beginning this year, operators continued with these initiatives. In fact, we this year have provided more services to operators in the United States without penalties, and that what it brings us back is to the conclusion of this win-win, where regulations should later highlight that win-win. Another example that we have, very interesting, and yesterday we were telling this with Florencia briefly, is that though in Argentina, still it has not taken, or not many operators have joined the OGMP framework. We have been working with many operators in the Neuquén Basin for 5 years on a strictly voluntary basis, and we are doing 2 flyovers per year. And what they have seen is that merely working on this practical issue with methane makes sense. One of the operators that we work with in Neuquén reported last year more than $3 million in additional income only via the leaks that they were able to identify quickly and to repair them to maintain that gas commercializable in the pipeline. So this is something that we have seen in Permian many years ago, but it's important to see that in markets such as Argentina, the economic benefit of this pragmatic management of methane is so relevant. So to me, I believe that, again, those policies should incentivize more and highlight more that win-win that is in practical management of methane. In these 2 days, it's already been discussed which could be some options, such as royalties based on performance, where there is some incentive for operators that are showing good performance with methane. We were just discussing funding issues and acquisitions where that environmental component is taking more relevance every time. But I believe that summarizing everything that we've seen these 2 days, this is that the incentive and the regulation should go along with that win-win that we have so highlighted between all of us, instead of thinking about penalties and a more punitive structure, which I believe changes much how operators react to it. With examples such as in the US, where they thought that penalties would be really what incentivized operators to make measurements, and it turned out that incentives are very distinct with regards to the reaction, even much more than the penalties and the exposure that they can have due to being penalized. That's what I would say. Thank you. From my perspective, how to keep a regulation current, I believe it's something more or less impossible. The nature of the regulation is to evolve. I believe we should start there. At some point, we are talking about 2016, the United States in 2018, Mexico and Canada. In 22-23, Colombia, they issue their regulation, and the regulation, what it seeks is to regulate an activity that, to that point, there's a level of knowledge and expertise on. Now things are very different. The OGMP, I believe, one of the major benefits from OGMP 2.0 is that it sets at the center the evolution of estimations based on national inventory or inventories by company made with generic factors, and it moves it toward measurement. That strikes all the difference on what was expected in those regulations. For instance, in the case of Mexico, one can make a baseline with generic factors or with specific factors. You propose a program for reduction of emissions for 6 years, and you cannot change the methodology. So the very regulation is blocking you to adopt the methodology that you used back in 2019, 2020, when now things are very, very different. I believe that, on one hand, regulations should be adaptable. There should not be fear in regulators to issue different versions either. Another good practice is to have a record of authorized technologies published on the webpage of the regulators that can be updated as there's progress with technology. And on the regulation, to refer to those technological records. That is something that could help not to do as many changes on the regulations. And finally, since yesterday, it is clear the consensus on more carrot and less stick, or the win-win. For me, actually, I don't see too much of a problem in penalties and fines in other kinds of activities where waste is generated in a hydrocarbon, and it does happen. For instance, in putting gas to use, there are many countries that have a tax on those volumes, not for leaks, because the problem is that you don't know them. Only when you're flaring and venting can you know. If you have anomalous venting or leaks, you don't know it. So it's a full problem that is reduced to a lack of oversight by regulators. The issue with methane is invisible, it is odorless, you need technology to detect it. There is no silver bullet, it's not enough. Satellites or airplanes, nor cameras, nor lasers, nor drones. Everything must have a multi-scale perspective. And the issue is that government hardly can know whether a company is fulfilling or not, or complying or not, because it would have to adopt that technology or hire companies that are certified to perform audits. And what's more, since emissions are not ongoing, you may go at nighttime and there's a leak, and in the daytime there's no leak, and you didn't do nothing in the middle. So you could well be penalizing somebody that is complying. So it's a full problem in itself, and I believe that still there are many things lacking to consider on this matter, and I do believe that regulations should be instruments that are easily adaptable, and for governments to have these processes to update them more faster. Great, Marco. Thank you so much, and I believe that with this we would end. I would like to thank our panelists, and you would like to say something?
I think we kind of harped on some of the challenges, but I would also like to say on a positive note that within the existing things also a lot of things can be seen differently. Like, while of course we see emissions as an emissions, like if you think about it, anything we do as a self-goal or as a kind of as an initiative itself, that's why we call ourselves as an energy and emissions kind of a business. The reason is, if you solve an emissions problem, you are actually solving an energy problem. And if you start thinking that way, whether like with or without the compliance and the regulatory framework, even if each of the companies in the Latin America starts thinking about the global branding, the global competitiveness, and even solving the energy kind of an efficiency problem or energy improvement problems, I think, we need not wait for the beautiful world and a perfect world. Even within the existing world, we can do the things, and whatever are the savings by reducing emissions and everything turns into a very positive story. It actually gives you a competitive edge. It also prepares you with a lot of energy efficiency processes, improvements, that actually is going to give you a lot of dollar value in itself. So technically speaking, within this room, while we are all together, if we really look at solving the bigger problem, we can still go ahead while, of course, the world starts to improve, and we always look for the better world. But I think there's a lot of positive things to look at things and make it happen, actually. Thank you very much.
Please stand for a picture.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you so much to all our attendees and those who are following us online for sharing in these 2 days of collaborative effort in sharing with technical knowledge, reflections, and questions. If there are questions remaining from the audience, you can later approach our panelists to ask them in person. Talking about capturing a moment, if you like to download the pictures, there's a QR code to do so and to have access to pictures from these 2 days. As we had been saying, cutting back methane is one of the fastest and effective ways to act before climate change. We will invite some closing words from the director of the observatory, Gaston Silva. Good morning, and guess what? Again, you'll have to hear me out, but I will be even more brief this time, but I'll continue breaking protocol. The first thing I will ask is that we receive all delegations. I will ask all delegates to come up so you can thank them as you represent the countries. You're in such important element in this exchange, so I would like to have you up here so you can receive gratitude or accolade from all our audience, and so you can have a picture taken, which seems so important to me. Sorry, we have no audio in the booth.
Adelante.
Please come up.
Mark. Bueno, quiero reconocer y agradecer.
I would like to acknowledge and thank the authorities and co-organizers who supported us, the Deputy Minister of Electricity, Iris Cardenas, Marcelo Mena, the CEO from GMH, Santiago Rojas, Regional Director of CAF, the International Energy Agency, and the words from Fatih Virol, the current delegation, Bridger Photonics, Insight M, for trusting in our work and supporting us with your support. And I don't want to forget Andres Rebolledo, our Executive Secretary, especially for the leadership, the vision, and the trust to give us the freedom to organize the second summit. And I believe the commitment is from everyone, which was fundamental for the success of this summit. I would also like to thank Peru that opened up its doors and hosted us with warmth. Also to parliamentarians who supported us with a numerous delegation. I believe that gives us backing and trust to continue advancing our agenda to focal points that made this a true regional space with active participation from every corner of Latin America and the Caribbean. During these days, we had 11 panels, 40 speakers from 22 countries. If that doesn't show the importance of this matter regionally, I have no other figures to show the commitment that you have demonstrated. I believe we feel very happy and proud for having shared these days with government representatives, parliaments, multilateral bodies, academia, private sector. And not only was there exchange of experiences, but also key matters to our region. If we have to summarize the relevance and the importance to have precise data for effective planning, the regulation as a foundation for sustainable development, access to funding as a bridge to close gaps, and lastly, tech innovation as indispensable ally to attain our goals. So I invite you to keep these efforts, these shared efforts alive, and allow me to make two more announcements. First, to invite you to the Week of Energy that will be held in Chile from September 30th to October 3rd, and where we will continue strengthening exchange, and hopefully we'll have you at our third summit that we will briefly hope to tell you when it will be hosted next year. So thank you so much for all of your work and your attendance and your commitment, and we deem the public stage of the second Methane Summit as closed. Thank you so much.
Buenas tardes para todos. Los invitamos a continuar sus conversaciones, por favor, en el lobby de la sala, dado que esta sala debe organizarse nuevamente para la sesión de la tarde. Mil gracias.